All right, here we go again. Hello, hello, welcome in. Go ahead and change up the playlist a little bit today too. We'll have some Serious Sam music today. Just double check a couple other things here real fast. Yep, that's good. Okay, let me know if music's too loud or whatever, and I'll change it as need be. Otherwise, we're gonna get going here. Alright, so yeah, I got all this set up right now for scale and reference, and I will be replacing a bunch of this stuff with all of these assets in this cemetery pack here, because it has pretty much everything that looks like these chapels and clips and all that stuff. It's got pretty much the whole thing, so I do kind of want to keep these leaves though. These leaves do look really nice, and they're already scattered everywhere. The only problem is I'm gonna have to really try and line them up with how everything is sloped, which I might not be able to do. We'll see. I may have to instead separate some of these meshes independently, and then I'll actually have them as their own different type of leaf mesh, and then I'll paint them in with a foliage tool later. But I don't know. I'm sure this also has its own. So yeah, foliage, fern, grass, ivy, dry plant. Huh. I figured that it would have its own leaves too that I could paint on the ground. But maybe it does. I'm not sure. Maybe it does. I haven't looked at everything in this asset pack just yet, because there's quite a bit. There's a lot. So how many maps are finished so far? Again, none of them are like fully finished yet. They're like really close. But as far as maps that have had the most work done, I would say is probably Cemetery. Give or take a few other ones too that I've shown in the past. Like Atrium Complex has been set up for a while now, but it's been changed like 4 times. So, and when I say changed, I mean like different assets have been replaced as new ones have come in. Textures have been changed. Lighting has been changed a couple times. There's so many different iterations of this level that I've done. So, yeah. But it's pretty close to being done. Underworld is pretty far along. There's still some other things that I got to do with it, but yeah, that's pretty much the case with a lot of these maps that I've done. They're not really finished yet. They're just they're a decent way. I'd probably say that I've done work on probably about 10 of them or so. Again, about a few of those almost done. A few of those are about halfway done. Others I've probably just barely started on, so we're kind of all over the place. Hello, hello. Welcome in. How are you? You guys can hear me, right? Okay, good, good. that answered my question. We're good. We're good. Okay. I guess we'll just start right here at the beginning. So I've taken this whole layout. Is okay. Am I too quiet, or is the music too loud? Let's see if I can turn up my gain a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't want to do it too much because then it's going to start peaking in the mic. Okay, I turned up my gain just a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I pretty much pulled this entire layout in from Hell and Damnation, and this is from the DLC, so there's actually not... so on some of these maps that came from the DLC that this is from, which is Heavens Above, there's certain... there's weird stuff with it, like some of the levels have missing pieces of the architecture or whatever, because the POV from that DLC is way up in the sky. It's not first person. So in order to actually see what you're doing, they had to cut out some of the pieces. Luckily, that's not really the case with this level because it's outside for pretty much the whole level. So that's actually not an issue here. But for maps like Angkor and maybe a few parts of the Babel, the Tower of Babel level, there might be some pieces actually cut out or missing just because of that POV, which is annoying, but it's okay because a lot of it I intend to replace anyway with other things. I don't know. Angkor's tough because that entire temple is so specific. It has very specific pieces. So, I don't know. I'm gonna have to get creative with that one. We'll see. We'll see. But shouldn't be an issue for this map because it's all outside for pretty much the whole thing. If we go over here, some of the ground is actually here. That the engine that they used for that one, a lot of it they probably just made like a landscape, like I had in the asylum level at first. So that's why all the ground over here is missing, probably. But some of the path is actually done, which I would probably keep, but I might as well utilize the assets that I bought. Kind of the whole reason I bought them. I just realized too that... Oh, it's right here, probably. This has been blocked off. I remember this being a secret area in... Well, I don't know, maybe it's not a secret area in Recurring Evil, but it is in other mods that have this level, so... Probably change that later, too. So then we go down here. And then this way. And then we go down into these chambers right here. There's 3 of them, okay. And then we come out to this kind of ending arena right here. Have a big old cathedral right there. That's going to get replaced because the other half of this is not there. And then beyond this arena right here, this is what's going to get added in. There's going to be another little path here. And then the actual enclave boss fight is going to be out here where all these trees are. Should be interesting once we get to that spot. And then of course all these trees right here, they're literally just like background planes. So those will be changed to actual 3D trees like this one right here as well. Because it can handle it. It's fine. Yeah. Should be good. And I did set up a little bit of the lighting as well. I want to keep the lighting as close to the original as possible. It was cloudy, overcast, but it also had like this kind of glowing, like golden sunlight peeking through. So it was barely sunny. And then on all the trees they had like those god rays that were peeking through. So I'm kind of gonna try and keep that going right here, using the actual god rays from this engine. See if we can fine-tune that a little bit better, but for right now I think this is pretty good. It'll do. Yeah, let's go all the way back to the beginning here. So right here is where that river is going to be. And then back here is going to be where that giant ending structure from Forbidden Valley, that's where that's going to be, is right there. Because that's where you just ended on the previous level. Okay. So we'll just start simple and we'll get the layout here first, and then we'll do fine-tune adjustments later. So this is going to be like an actual road kind of deal, so I'm not going to do the paths because they have rock structures that stick up a little too high. Yeah, not these. Because, like, see, for example, they're definitely large enough to where I could cover this whole spot, but they have rock structures that stick up quite a bit. Doesn't really make for a good road, so we won't use those just yet. We'll probably use those in where all the tombs and stuff are. So I'm going to actually try these. None of these are curved, but they actually have they have like an actual pathway in the middle, and then they have soil on each of the ends there, and it's actually pretty good scale. What's this one? Oh, that one's a lot smaller. Oh, so is that one. Huh. Okay, this is the largest one here. Interesting. Roof. I might have skipped it on accident. Where is that? There it is. Ground. Oh, this one actually might work better. Because it has its own curves. Yeah. These would actually be a lot better if I did this as a spline mesh. I'm not sure if I can use that with nanite in this version of the engine. I'm not sure. Oh. I think only cursor is moving in the video. The video is showing only the graveyard piece. Oh. Really? That's weird. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let me try and fix that. Huh, that's really weird. On my end, it comes through okay. It's showing what I see right now. Huh, that's really weird. On my end, it comes through okay. It's showing what I see right now. Huh, that's really weird. On my end, it comes through okay. It's showing what I see right now. Huh, that's really weird. Let me actually just restart the window capture and see if that'll help. Okay. Reset it. I'm moving around. Is it actually reacting, or are things changing this time? Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Not sure what was going on there. Well, at least hopefully my hopefully my commentary was at least useful in that moment. Even though you couldn't actually see all of what I was talking about. Whoopsie. Okay, well, I guess I'll just do a quick little recap of what I was talking about then. So, yeah, all of this is pulled in from Hell and Damnation, the DLC. Like I said, with some of the levels from that Heavens Above DLC, I'm going to have to get a little creative with, because some of the chunks are missing due to the POV way up in the sky. But this level should be okay because it's mostly outside. So like when you're way up here looking at the player, you know, you can see them without having to take out some of the geometry anyway. So yeah. And then yeah, over there towards the end, that final arena, just beyond that gate, there's going to be another path. And then out here is going to be the actual boss fight against the giant out here. And then, I guess since you weren't able to see it, this is the lighting that I'm going to try. I'm going to try and keep it as close as I can to the original, where it was kind of like an overcast day, but the sun was barely peeking through, and there were some god rays. I'm going to try and keep that as close as I possibly can. Okay, let's go back to the beginning here. I actually think I'm just going to use... I think it was this one. Yeah. I'll just use this for this path right here. Again, this one and that other ground I was using in Asylum are pretty universal for these levels, so they'll work. It actually starts out pretty flat right here, so that's good. That's good. Hide these leaves because they're in my way right now. Weird shadow artifacting there. That'll be fixed with the baked lighting later. That'll be fixed later. Scale it up a little bit. There we go. When does it actually start going? Oh, right about here. Okay. Right about there is when it starts kind of going up. See, I could use like a spline mesh, but I'm not sure if I can utilize that with nanite in this specific asset just yet. So we're gonna have to do it this way for now, which is fine. Yeah, that'll work. They have a little bit of Z depth to them as well, so one of them can be like slightly higher than the other, and it'll be all right. We have some displacement give, which is nice. There we go, not bad. Just slight little adjustments. Nothing too crazy. Maybe I'll scooch this over, cover that hole in the middle there. Okay, now these ones again. Just alternating back and forth so that way. There is a repeated pattern, but it's in larger sections, so it's not as easy to see. Plus, there might be some other like twigs or other props that'll be in the road here. Yep, that lines up nicely. I guess I could also do this too, just to make sure. Maybe if I turn off the skylight right now, that'll... Okay. The shadows are a little bit more prominent when I do that, but... Yeah, that's actually what the skylight is for. It provides a little bit more ambient lighting in your scene. So that way those shadows don't come through so sharp, especially if you're using dynamic lighting. For the directional lights, I'm probably going to keep either stationary or dynamic, just because it's one light source that lights the whole thing. So when you bake those, there might be more artifacts in your scene, unless everything is like perfect. So I may keep that one dynamic, but the rest of them, like torches and all the little lights and all that stuff, those are gonna be baked. Because we like performance. Oh. Tiny little spot right there. Okay. What do we got? Ooh, actually. There we go. There we go. I could probably actually just put a couple more right there and call it good. Fill in the gap. There we go. It's probably better. Yeah, here we go. Scaled up just a little bit. Yep, that's good. That's good. Probably same thing right there. Actually, no. Should probably take these ones since they're on the same slope. Makes connecting them a lot easier and faster. Oh, the teeniest little spot. Okay, there we go. There we go. If you guys are wondering too how I'm able to like move stuff on the actual local slope that it's at, that's this option right here. So right now if I switch that, now this is world space, so it'll just move along the actual 3D space normals. And if I hit that again, now it'll actually, I'm able to move it along the object's actual normals. Pretty handy when you're working with sloped surfaces like this, where they have their own unique rotations and all that. And then it's just minimal adjustments when you're doing that right there, instead of having to actually do a full rotation adjustment from moving along the actual world's 3D normals. Make that a little bit higher. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. Oops. There we go. Blends in nicely. Almost there. At least we're almost done with the curve part. Let's see, it's flattens back out right when the wall starts, right about there. See, we're almost there. So we're actually already starting to kind of flatten back out a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, it auto-saved. Auto-saved. None of the edges are sticking up. Nope, okay. I might as well just take those ones too, why not? Why not? Secret portal backrooms. Yeah, that'd be quite the backrooms area. It'd just be like a temple, an underground temple, kind of like it'd be like an Indiana Jones sequence. That actually would be a pretty fun Easter egg to put in like in Angkor, because it's in like a Cambodian sort of temple already. That'd be a kind of neat little nod to those movies. Can I... Actually, no, that would probably be good right there. Let's take this one, put it there. I'll just scale this one up. Like that. No edges are sticking up. Nope. Nope. Perfect. Oh, wait. This one is... There we go. Now it's in line. Okay, I'm pretty sure at this point now we can flatten everything back out. Yep. I'll just take the ones all the way at the beginning here. And just line them up with these ones. Yeah, I figured I would change it up a little bit today, since we've already listened to a lot of the Painkiller ones. Oh, it's actually still sloped this way. Actually, let me check the... Ooh, actually, that'll work better since it's in the Y space. At least it lines up better. Okay, there we go. And I'll just flip that around. Line it up there. Okay, that's good. Doesn't have to be perfect with these right here either, just because, again, this is going to change too. So, doesn't have to be perfect. Just saw that part right there kind of sticking up. There we go. Actually continues going upward on that path right there as well. So I'll just select that whole piece right there. Yep, there we go, that works. So this spot right here is a little wider. Do that and then probably just scale. Scale them up a little bit. Hide that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That actually sits a little bit higher as well. That's fine. We can make the replacement just the same level as these. It's alright. Ooh, actually, wait, this path right here is a little thinner. Not much thinner, but a little bit. It's actually almost just enough to where it covers the whole path if I scale it up just a wee bit. That is pretty large though. To where it does look a little bit off. Oh, it's still the same result. Silly. Make sure none of the edges are sticking up. Should be alright there. This one is a larger surface area, so it might be a little more trouble, but we can always put like a bush or something right here too, or just another prop to kind of cover up that spot if it becomes a problem with the replacements as well. So, no biggie. It does kind of stick up right there, but it's pretty hard to see that, so should be alright. Should be fine if we just leave it like that. We can always double check with this right here as well. No glaring issues if we just mosey along here. Nope, that should be good. this could be covered up by a different, that other mossy ground kind of mesh. Do that to break repetition. That's good. It's good. There we go. There we go. If I can get all this in one rotation, that would actually be real nice. Ah, it's not going to. Dang it. Nothing really sticks up right there. That's good. Well, I mean, again, it doesn't have to be perfect. It could just keep that same slope. It's fine. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. So it starts flattening back out right here too again. Oh, that's like way under. There we go. That works. Okay. So this is where we go down into the... Yeah, okay. So I think this continues a little sloped. Just a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. Take from down here, because these ones haven't been, like, micro managed. And they're actually, since they're facing the same direction, they're already in the same slope, which is nice. Yeah, I guess that's fine. That's fine. So the ground can kind of overtake the curb there, it's fine. Again, just takes out some of the repetition. Before I do that, Okay, there we go. There we go. I mean, beyond this point right here, where's that tree at? Oh, that was down there. I guess there's nothing here that I brought over, so I'll actually have to put something else there then that blocks off that section. I thought that was where the other tree was, but it's not. It's on this one. I mean, I'm gonna replace that too. That'll be another broken tree or something. Yeah, I actually think that that's kind of what this asset is supposed to represent. Like, there used to be all this stone right here looks broken up to the point where it used to probably be like a paved stone. I mean, I know what you mean too. Like like there's still some chunks of cobblestone that could be there. But since I don't actually have any thing like that, what I'll do is I'll actually just paint in some other stuff on the road, maybe like a shrub, like tiny bits of foliage or twigs or other things to fill in this right here. Because even with this looking okay, there is still a lot of what looks like a repeated pattern of just all this broken up stone. So yeah, there will be other things in here, but yeah, since I don't actually have any cobblestone, I mean, I'd probably find some, but right now I don't have any actual cobblestone assets, so we'll see. But yes, if I do get my hands on something like that, then for sure. Okay. So right here is when we'll dip down and we'll use different assets. We're not going to use the road one there. It'll be like maybe that same, hold on. I think it was in here. Yeah, this right here. I'm definitely going to use this for the edges there, but I don't know if I want to use that in particular for here. Not sure. There is like a, oh, what do you call that? Like a bank. There is a lot of those same, I think it's actually from the same asset group as this in Megascans, where it's like a bank that you can stack on top. Kind of like how these are right here, these rock structures here. It's just kind of like an edge where you can stack them and it'll go up and up and up. I might use those for this right here. And then maybe I can actually still just use these for like the ground part. Probably do that. There's just lots of unique angles on this one that's kind of tedious. You gotta make sure you line it up properly. I can actually kind of use the fence right here to guide me. Might inverse this. Oh, yeah, there we go. That little slope right there actually kind of works out really well with this angle right here. That helps a lot, actually. Heck yeah, that's actually perfect. Lines up nice and easy with this right here and this. Very nice. Ah, yes, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Yes, sir. This is definitely going to be a good one for sure. Lots of like Cemetery has a lot of the same atmosphere, but the level itself is very linear. Like everything is kind of just flat and straightforward, whereas this one has a lot more unique slopes and way more details. Like even in Hell and Damnation, like all these vines right here, not bad. Like since I'm replacing the main assets that they're on, I probably will have to replace these because I have to move and place individual ivy and all that stuff that matches everything. But if I wasn't replacing these, this alone actually looks really good. So, not bad. But yes. Turn on the lighting a little bit so we can get a nice little idea of what it's going to look like too. So yeah, it'll be overcast like it originally was, but the sun is barely peeking through. And then there's also going to be, whenever you go on the trees, you'll see that same kind of Godbray effect that you saw in the original game. Similar kind of deal. Oh, yeah, this is going to be so good. So good. Okay. Boy. I forgot. I actually did forget how, like, tight it gets right here. Pretty cramped. Well, like I said, I guess we could just do a layout for right now. Doesn't have to be pitch perfect. Just do a layout run. So yeah, that's fine for right now. Thanks. Yeah, it's all coming along. Starts to kind of flatten back out right here. Yeah, that'll work. That's why I like these ones so much, because again, they're universal for a lot of things, but they're also just very convenient for really anything. Like, they could just be their own little island, or they could be formulated in a tight path like this, or whatever, you know. Works really well for just about anything that's outside in like a forest or cemetery or swamp or tundra. Yeah, I could probably leave it like that. That's fine. Yeah, say that's fine. I don't... Okay, well, considering that they had walls going up here, I imagine that this was probably just soil? Honest to God, I don't know. Maybe this was just like a bank that they had right here of just rocks or something, and then up here was another layer of soil. I imagine that's probably what it was. I'm actually gonna scale this down just a wee bit. Something like that. Yeah, that's fine. That'll be fine for now. Like I said, again, just doing the layout, not really worrying too much about getting it perfect with these, because they're going to be replaced, so. Just getting the layout down, and that's good enough for right now. Oh, actually, that's where the path keeps going. Okay. That's where the path keeps going. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Start going back up here. Make sure it doesn't go too crazy though. Okay, yep, nothing's sticking up there. So there must be like there must be some kind of fence that blocks this area off. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Thought I had this as two-sided so I could see. That one is. Oh, this one's not. There we go. Now I can see where the fence is. So, yep, okay, cool. Now I know where to... Well, I mean, to be fair, this whole spot's going to be filled in with those two, because this is actually where the other side is. So there's going to be like a gate right here, and you can actually see right there. So, to be fair, this whole spot's going to be filled. Flatten it back out for now. I'm going to hide some of this so that it's easier to see what I'm doing here. I guess that works. Yeah, that'll be fine. The only expansion, quote-unquote, right now that is planned is all the way at the end over here. So, since I'm combining this level with the actual boss fight at the end, past this gate, there's going to be another little, like, corridor pathway here, and then this whole area is going to be the boss fight with the Necro Giant. Other than that, I don't really have any other plans for expanding it right at the second. There is... Where is it? Right here, I think. Yeah, okay. I don't know if in Recurring Evil, where the original level of this is, I do know that in a couple of mods, this is opened up right here, and it's a secret area. I know yours is for sure. So I guess that's technically not anything new, because it already does exist in some mods, but I might do something with that little area right there. Other than that, I'm not too sure. Otherwise, it'll just be kind of the same flow. Hello, Jack. Yeah, went ahead and switched it up a little bit today. Nice. Ooh, this might be a problem. Might be. Maybe not. I gotta... Here, I'm gonna hide this. 'Cause I can't see. This is where kit bashing gets a little creative. Lots of little micro adjustments. Oh, there's the tiniest of gaps right there. You are gonna see that. You won't be able to see that with all the props that I'm gonna put there, so it's fine. I think that one will be safe. Actually, this right here, these walls being put right here, there might be like another wall bank there instead of just like flat ground or ground that slopes up to it. That might be what's going on right there, since the walls are elevated. I'm gonna see if I can find the bank of rocks that I'm thinking about here. Let's go browsing really quick. Okay, how do I do this here? It's been a long time since I've even used this plugin. I miss when we had Bridge. I don't know if any of you guys have used that in older versions of Unreal. But those of you who have messed with Unreal Engine and you know Quixel Bridge, that used to be so much better for bringing in assets from like Megascans and all that, because it was smooth, all organized, super easy to find. But yeah, now that it's all been combined into one giant marketplace, it's so much more of a hassle to find certain things. Okay, Quixel. Okay, at least there's a filter for Quixel, so I can turn that on. That's nice. I don't know what it's called though. Maybe like no. Seriously. Okay, this might be it. Massive tundra rock formation. Yeah, this could be it. It doesn't look that tall, though. Polygon, yes, yep. I do get a bunch of HDR. Well, I don't use Blender that much for like game development, other than creating 3D models and stuff. But when I used to render with Blender, yeah, I used HDRIs from them all the time. And then Polygon, I actually don't have any. I haven't bought anything from that one yet, but well, they do have free textures too, but they also have a bunch of paid ones. But I definitely do know about it, yes. All right, we're gonna try this one for right now because I think this is the one. It's downloading. Okay. Save everything. Oh, I hate that it puts it in the completely different spot too. Okay. Is nanite already enabled? Yes. All right. Real quick, here's what I'm gonna do with these textures as well, because they do not need to be 8K. That's ridiculous. Asset property matrix. Okay. And I'm going to I think it's called LOD. Yes. All right. I'm going to scale it down by at least let's try 2. Let's try 2. So what I'm doing there is I'm telling the engine to render a version of this text, a resolution of this texture that's scaled down by 2, a factor of 2. So it's not going to be 8K when it's out here. It's actually going to be 2K. So we'll see if that's good enough. Oh shit! Okay, this thing is way larger than I thought. I mean, it did say massive, but did not think it was that big. Okay. Go ahead and scale that down. This texture also has a little more color in it. I'm gonna try and match it up with the ground here a little bit better. Turn down the saturation just a wee bit. It's a bit better. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little bit better. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Try and line this up properly. Okay, so since that sticks way out. Yeah, that should be fine for right now. And then, yeah, back there's just nothing, so that's fine if we stick this through a little bit. Inverse that. But yeah, that's okay, because from right here, yeah, you're not going to be able to see that, so that should be fine. I wonder what was right there. Probably just more soil or like a big rock or something. It must be, because, yeah, there's props that are up here, so must be the case there. Okay, cool. Yeah, that should work just fine. Ooh, actually, I just realized that this actually kind of comes out right here. So, never mind, I might actually have to do this. Something like that, maybe. I could also try and do... where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Could probably just utilize more of these, like I did in Asylum and Orphanage. Let's see. I know they're freaking huge, but we can definitely scale them down. I could probably utilize that for right here. The only problem is it kind of sticks through. And again, like it's not going to be perfectly aligned with this. I might actually set up something to where it's just like a corner here, and then I'll make adjustments with the new props. Yeah, we could probably do something like that for right here. And then maybe something like It's loading the asset. These giant rocks too are pretty universal for a lot of things too, just because of how much detail they have on them. There's a lot of levels that are gonna use these. It's like Catacombs is gonna use them. Orphanage is using them. Gloomy Mountains is probably gonna use them at some point. That one will have more variation because it's all like mountain structures. So these will be like the bottom walls, kind of, and then the actual mountaintops will be they might be something else, but okay. Scale that down. Maybe we can just do something like this. So I think the brick walls that I have on the actual asset pack are a little bit shorter than this. They're not as tall as these. They're kind of like these. So yeah, I can just have exposed rock right here, and then the brick wall can be on top of them. That's fine. That's fine. Something like that will work. Here, I'm just gonna hide this spot right here again to make it easier to see what I'm doing here. Okay, that actually makes it a lot easier to see what I'm doing. Yeah, let's actually scoop this up here. Like that. brick wall can, I mean, it is a teeny bit off, but let's say if we can have the brick wall start right there. This one's actually probably better for that. At least the lighting also kind of blends these rocks in a little bit more as well. Because obviously in the unlit mode, you can see the real difference between some of the textures. I mean, in this case, it's fine because this is like moss and grass, and this is just straight up rock. But even the rock, like the stone here, is much more of a desaturated gray, whereas this one has a little bit more red to it. But when it's in the lighting, doesn't really look that different, so it works out. Yeah, I think that'll do pretty good there, and we can still have all the tombstones lined up right here. I think that will work all right. Scoots that down just a wee bit. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I think that'll work pretty good for right now. Same story over here. We'll just have a line of those going up right here. I think that'll work out okay. Make sure these have nanites. Yes, they do. Okay. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's do the same thing for the other side here. The tombstone way up here. Who got buried all the way up here? Yeah, I guess I'll just do the same. Do these ones. Get rid of those for right now. Just for right now. That's the big boy. Ooh, actually, this might go really well right there. That might go really well right here. Heal it up a little more. Yeah, that's actually beautiful right there. At least for right now. Maybe I can slope it down a little more. There we go. There we go. Whoa. So these rocks are big, so they can fill pretty much just about any random open space. This one's actually a lot smaller than the other ones. Yeah. I guess I can just take these straight over, or maybe even slope it down a teeny bit. I don't know. It might come to a point where... Actually, yeah. Let's raise this up, so at least the ground floor is level with what's going on right here. It'll make more sense for later replacements. Especially since this one has kind of like a little cavern right here. Little crevice. It'd be weird to have the floors kind of just going in about halfway and then, yeah. Be a little weird. I guess since I did that, I probably won't need that anymore. That actually blends a lot better. Well, you know what? Let's try this. Let's just try it. If we just do one of these really big, saves a little bit on resources. There is kind of an awkward gap right there. I don't know, maybe I can just have the wall go in right there instead of kind of going along that same curve right there. I could just have it go right there. That might work if I just leave it like that. Okay, let's actually take these and fill in that other spot, or that other space. What if I actually try... Wait. Oh, there it is. What if I try doing this here this time? So it doesn't quite reach where that tombstone was up there. It actually kind of does. And it helps kind of cover up this spot right here. Oh, almost. There's no gaps there, that's fine. Just right there. This also isn't cutting into here, is it? No, okay. No. Maybe I can just put something simple there. Try and find a rock that's similar. Yeah, that definitely looks out of place. Well, I guess, what does this look like? Yeah, that matches. Oops. It's gonna be in the background, so there we go. Blends in pretty good. If it actually comes to the point where this spot is actually really, like, it's not visible because of all the, like, vines and tombstones that I end up putting right here, then I might just take that away and it'll be all right. Because if you can't see it, well, then you're not going to see the hole that's there. So should be okay. But for right now, we'll leave that there just in case. Which level would be the hardest for you to work on? Ooh. That's honestly a good question. I don't really know yet. If it's like a level that has really unique architecture, for example, Angkor, because it's based directly off of that Cambodian temple, so I do have a Cambodian temple asset pack, but it's not exactly the same as that exact structure. So I'm probably going to end up, when it's cases like that, I'll end up using many of the assets that are already set up from Hell and Damnation, and I'll just improve their textures and add other props and details and such like that. But yeah, if there was a level that I had to actually make my own structure because all the asset packs that I have don't have the exact sort of architecture, then yeah. But another example actually is the cemetery. All the chapels and the cathedral at the end. They're just unique enough to the level where I want to keep them, even if they look a little bit lower poly or whatever in certain spots. I do want to keep those just because many of the cathedrals that I have in these asset packs, they're detailed and they look good, but they don't have like the same unique textures that this one does. Like there's not a lot of the like mythological paintings and stuff like that all over the place. Religious paintings all over. And the stained glass, all those textures as well. I would actually have to rip those off of the old assets and then put them in place of the new ones, which is that's actually not too hard because it's just a plane at the end of the day. So I could do that, but when it comes to specific architecture, geometry, that would take a lot of time to model. So I'll either just use the old one and then improve what's already there, and then go from there. Other than that, like cases like this where it's not necessarily hard when I'm placing all of these, it just it's a little time consuming because I have to I gotta match everything up and whatnot. But that's why I have all the old assets here, so I can at least use them for reference and scale, even if I end up changing a little bit of stuff. I guarantee you the actual hardest part in the whole production, for sure, is going to be the characters, because well, I'm not remaking the characters. I'm porting over the HD ones for the most part, but improving their animations, doing their abilities, and then also I gotta figure out how to set up their AI and stuff, because I've never actually done that in Unreal. So I gotta do all that, and I also have to figure out how to integrate them smoothly into gameplay. Make sure there's no bugs with them, like they don't freak out or they don't get stuck anywhere, or they just like nothing weird happens to them. That's gonna be a whole different world for me. So that's probably gonna be the hardest part, is the characters and the enemies. Because this right here is what I specialize in. I do a lot of work with building environments and stuff like that. So this is a walk in the park for me. Good question, though. Yeah, and a lot of it, again, I've mentioned this before, but like these rock assets, or like these ground assets, these are gonna show up quite often. Now, depending on what level it is, their textures might be a little different. They could be darker because it's maybe raining, so they look more damp. Or if it's like a completely different environment, but it's still like very humid, where like this moss would grow, there might be some other coloration in the stone or anything like that. So there'll be like variations of it, but the overall geometry of these assets is going to be used quite a bit, because they're very detailed and they are pretty universal for a lot of different things. So they are going to pop up in a lot of places. Yeah. So like I said, yeah, most of the enemies, some of like their animations for a lot of the smaller ones are actually pretty good. It's more so like the big ones. Some of their animations are a little jittery or clunky, especially the big demon ones, or even the bosses in some cases too. Their animations are really fast and they look so weird. So I'm gonna try and bring them back to what they kind of were in the original, where they're a little bit slower, but they have much more impact when they do something. Like, you know, if they pummel the ground in front of you, or whatever the case is, right? Because I want them to actually feel menacing. You know, they're already really big in comparison to you, so I want you to be able to understand and feel that, holy shit, these things are massive, and I need to take care of them first, or something. Just want them to be a little more intimidating, that's all. Yeah, and even in HD, like all these vines and ivy, this all came from HD, which I was actually kind of surprised, because it is very detailed already on its own. But since I am replacing a lot of this stuff, I am probably going to have to get rid of these two and place my own ivy everywhere, because it's all moving. But yeah, a lot of these like chapels and stuff like that are going to be replaced with newer ones in, where is it? Right here. Environment. So yeah, I have a bunch of Here they are. Yeah, a bunch of these right here that are very detailed. And not to say that these ones aren't either. If anything, the textures make up for a lot of it. Like, they are still very basic in shape. Like, it's very rectangular in a lot of spots. But the textures still look very, very good. But these ones, they just have a lot more detail. So they're going to get used for sure. There are some specific ones here in this level, though. If I go over here. Like, this one right here. This one's actually pretty unique. I might keep this one. What else? What else? Actually, I think those were one of the... Maybe, like, that's the same one. This one looks a little unique. So, there might be some cases where I'll keep them. Well, especially since you can't actually go inside them. Like, these ones, I've actually tested this. The ones that are open and that you can go into, I'll show you. I have my player models set too high. So yeah, I can't fit in there. My character's too tall. The only one I can fit in is this one. So that's the case for a lot of those. Like this one too, I think. Yeah, I can't go in there. So they're a little too short. Now, I could actually just adjust this by going into modeling mode here and do mesh, triangle, edit, and I could actually just select this and move it up too, but it would stretch the texture a little bit because it's messing with the UVs too, so it's okay, it's not a big deal. I can just replace them with some of these and open them up a little bit as well. What did you say before that? I completely agree. First time. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it does depend on like the balance too. It's like if there's a crap ton of little minions everywhere, then obviously you got to kind of take some of those out first while avoiding the big guy. But if there's just enough to where you can avoid the little ones and focus on the big one, then yeah. Because I've seen that before with Hell and Damnation too. Like, because like this one, the character model's POV is a little bit taller than in the original. In the original, almost all of the enemies, even the small ones, they look like they're all a foot taller than you. So they're already just more menacing in the first place. So I might try and do that for this one as well, where since I am a little bit taller, I'll make the enemies just a tad bit larger, so that way they still look at least the same height as you. We'll see. It depends. Monastery, skybox can fit into this. The OG one, doesn't it kind of look like this? Maybe not as cloudy. Like it has a little more open patches, maybe. And it's got kind of like a golden sunlight. Is that what it is? Sunset and a bit of yellow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I definitely do have a sky that's like that. Let's say I have a crap ton of them, so I guarantee you I can find one that's like that. Yeah, the City on Water one, I definitely do have a very orange sky for already. I do have one for that one. Say kind of something like this. I mean, these are just like basic size. I also have I do have ones that are like very customized, like out of like not from Earth kind of skyboxes. You know, like something you would see on Venus or something. Like, it's chaotic and crazy. These are just very basic skies, but yeah, I guarantee you I have one for every level that we have. Or if not, I can customize one. Even like this one right here, I've tinted it a little more yellow to give it this kind of look. Where are we at here? There we go. Let's do... Is this a mod for the Black Edition? I'll just make sure I was muted. Yeah, yes and no. So, most of this stuff, like, visually and geometrically, is coming from Hell and Damnation. So that's kind of technically what this is going to be a mod, quote-unquote, for. But the story and pacing of it all is going to be much more like Black Edition. So, none of the levels will be left out. In fact, there'll be even more levels. There's going to be 40 total. So yeah. Visually, more geared like Hell and Damnation. Although, like, the feel of it, too, like the gameplay feel, is kind of geared a bit more towards Black Edition as well. It's a mix of both, for sure. Flip you around. Tough. Maybe I can rotate this slightly. Maybe up a bit more. Yeah, that's fine. In chapter 1 levels, like, yep, for sure. I'm gonna do that with a lot of the bosses. Yeah. I'd like to, I guess, for example, this one. Yeah, he can be lurking around just right here or somewhere in the distance. But whatever, like, events happen, yeah, he'll be walking around. And then towards the end of this level, which is the very last one of chapter 1, once you get past that little end fight area way over here, right here, so past this gate, there's going to be another little path, and then this whole area is going to be the actual enclave boss fight with him. So it's going to be all in one, and that'll be the case for every chapter. Oh, I want to get back here. Yeah, that was a very cool thing to see him do that in a bunch of different mods, so definitely gonna do that here too. Yeah, so like for the swamp goopy guy, he's going to, like, an orphanage, since you're also kind of in a swampy area. Yeah, he'll show up. Either he'll show up there, or like he'll do that melee attack that he does with the arms popping up and trying to hit you. Stuff like that. there's going to be a few swampy kind of levels in Chapter 2. So we have Orphanage. Forest won't really have any of the swamp, kind of, but it'll still have that same kind of aesthetic. We'll have Dead Marsh from Overdose, so he'll definitely be in that. And then the actual swamp level at the end of chapter 2 is going to combine Drigva from the mods and the actual swamp arena that you fight him in. Chapter 3's boss, the Guardian. He probably that one's gonna be tough because the theme with Chapter 3 is kind of like a time sort of essence. So you're starting in like an industrial aesthetic for the most part, and then towards the second half of Chapter 3, you start getting towards like a military battle kind of deal. And when you do that, you actually start going further back in time. So from military base, I forget whose idea it was, but someone said that it'd be cool to have like a time machine at the end of it instead of like a UFO, and that will actually take you to the Battle of Stalingrad, and then it'll just keep progressing like that as you go on. So it'll go from Stalingrad to Stone Pit, which is an older ancient era. And then at the end of Stone Pit is when you go to Ragnarok, where you're in like a mythological kind of time period. And then that's where you actually will fight the Guardian at the end. That was a little different, but oh wait, we got here. Be a bit of change of levels. Opera House. Yeah, no, Opera House is going to be in Chapter 4, since it has that same kind of luxurious and royal kind of aspect to it. If Yellow King from Rise of Evil mod appears. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Who knows? He might make an appearance somewhere. We'll see. Chapter 3, industrial areas. 4 is ruin levels. 5, yeah. Yeah, so a lot of medieval and royal kind of themes are Chapter 4. So yeah, Opera House. And then, yeah, Castle, Palace, Tower of Babel, Angkor, all that. And then, yeah, Chapter 5 is, yeah, isolated or Gates of Hell kind of areas. So we got City on Water. Even though the level actually looks really pretty, yeah, it's completely isolated. City on Water, Docks, Lighthouse. Lighthouse is going to be, if you remember Haunted City from Resurrection, Lighthouse is going to be like a very shortened version of that one. So it's not going to be near as long. It's going to be very shortened, but it's that level. Dead City's in that one too. Prison is in that one. Monastery, and then Hell. Yeah, at the start of it, I could definitely see why, because yeah, it's like you're just in an alleyway, so that makes sense. But once you get inside, there's a bunch of like gold trimmings and everything's all very prestigious, and I don't know, it kind of matches the ornate nature a little bit more with like the palace level and stuff like that. Village of the Damned. Trying to remember that one. Oh, yeah. I don't think I played the reload mod before version 4.1 or 2, so I actually don't remember that, but I just remember that level from Overdose. Oh, another level that I always forget to mention in chapter, that's going to be in chapter 2 for this one, is Animal Farm. It'll be right after Looney Park, I think. Because it's another very, like, creepy and dark level. Dark as in, like, messed up, not like visually dark. A lot of messed up stuff happens there. Yep, Asylum is chapter 2. Yep. Ooh, this is a good one. The Vatican Suite. So the wall can kind of cover this up right here. So that should be fine right there. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, it's better. Better. Yep, for sure. So I guess since I'm gonna have this brick wall come out there, I guess the brick wall can just follow along right here. I can't remember how the old one was like. Oh, I see. Okay. So it kind of covers this right here. Save really quick. Travel with these burgers. Yeah. I don't intend on actually changing a whole bunch of the actual storyline. Like, a lot of that is still going to be kind of the same as like Black Edition, both the original and like the Battle Out of Hell, because it's all being combined into one. So I don't really intend on changing that all that much. If there's anything I do have to change, it's obviously just because of the pacing of the levels and stuff. But other than that, it should be relatively the same. There might be a little bit more intricate cutscenes, but other than that, story is pretty much going to be the same. City and then Asylum and yeah. Yeah, I also moved Snowy Bridge out of Chapter 2 as well. Since it also kind of fits like an industrial sort of thing, it's going to be in Chapter 3. It's going to be in Chapter 3. I need another one to fill that right there. So I can probably just do that for now. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. And then if we want like a break right there like this is, I can probably have some kind of destroyed wall. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Pretty sure that column, yeah, that one looks pretty messed up. That'll probably be good there. Entrance. Walls. I'm looking for walls. There we go. Oh yeah, we got all kinds of broken down and old brick walls here, so probably figure out something with that right there. That'll work. Power plant. Power plant has a lot of similar features to what Lab did. So Lab is primarily going to be the one that we're using for Chapter 3. Dead Warehouse used to be in Chapter 3, but then I think I took it out for something else. But I do intend to actually utilize parts of Dead Warehouse in levels for Chapter 2. Maybe even Chapter 3. It depends. It depends on which one fits better, but I do intend on still using some pieces of it. And Highway to Hell. I think I also did used to have that in Chapter 5, but it was so similar to Dead City in terms of the aesthetic. So it might not make an appearance unless I decide to expand the level somehow, and then that'll be like a part of it for something, like a very small part of it. But to be honest, I'm not quite sure yet. I'll figure that out. But yeah, a lot of the cases like that, they either used to be there or they'll still be there in some fashion, just not like the whole thing. Okay, so we got that there now. Here, let's do this side really quick. Ooh, actually, we're gonna have to move that because it sticks up. There we go. Trees, Highway to Hell in Dead City, traffic. Yeah. Yeah, well, and even in Dead City too, there is still a bunch of like overpasses and all that stuff that you see way up above. So, in theory, you could say that yeah, that those two levels are like in the exact same area, pretty much. So yeah, for sure. Oh, that actually worked out. Perfect. That actually worked out nicely. I could probably still maybe do one more right there, just for the sake of it. Just for all time's sake. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Okay, and then right here is where more of those rocks are gonna come into play. So let's grab you. And make sure I leave enough room for the wall there. If there even was one, wait. Oh, I don't know. There might actually be another crypt right there. I don't know. Well, if there is, I can just move. I can just move the rock, it's fine. From overdose, let's see, Animal House, Dead Marsh, Ragnarok. I think that's it. Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure that's it. And there might be, like, other small chunks of other levels from Overdose that might be used for secret areas. But levels as a whole, I'm pretty sure the 3 of those are it. Here, I'm gonna hide these vines because I can't really see the top of those very well. I know Haunted Valley was a tough one. Trust me. I've thought about so many places that it could go. I mean, Chapter 4 was definitely one of them. for sure. But since there was just already so many levels that I had planned for Chapter 4, it was tough. I really tried to make it work, just as like at a whole level. But yeah, I could probably find some way to integrate it as like a section of it for a secret area, because I really want to. I really do. Maybe it could go somewhere in either Angkor or maybe Forest. I don't know. It matches the Forest, but aesthetically, it's the direct opposite of Forest. It's not creepy and dark. It's pretty and fantastical. So, I don't know. Yeah. I'm sure that I can maybe find an asset of something like that somewhere. If not, I don't know. I'll figure it out. A mushroom house doesn't seem too hard to make, so if I have to make it, then I'll just make it. Do I want one more there? Yeah. Ooh, actually, I should probably do this one. This one's a good, like, corner piece for a rock. Although that is way too big. Yeah. Doesn't it also take place in like a Roman environment, kinda? If that's the case, I feel like it would also fit kind of well with Colosseum. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Yeah, Pompeii, that's right. Yeah, so, to be honest, it could probably go well with either of those. Okay, there we go. I guess for the sake of the wall, maybe it can just keep going down right there. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, let me... Here, I'm gonna bring back all of the things here, and then just hide certain ones. Oh, there is one right there. Okay. Well, the rock actually worked out fine. So if I put one here, and then the rock is just kind of sticking out of it right there. Yeah, that actually could work. That actually could work. Yeah, that actually worked out pretty well. The layout is pretty close. Nice. Yeah, this will work for sure. Okay, let me get one more right here. The hell, Roman pillars. Yeah, that could work too. Or even just like the volcano part itself could work. We have like a massive volcano erupting. What's the other big thing? Oh, the atomic bomb. That's right. The atomic bomb. Like just major, a bunch of major historical events would mix well with that. Yeah, massive. Let's say the volcano erupting, the bomb. What else is in there? The World War I with the trenches. Titanic sinking. What else is there? I guess that's pretty much it. Yeah, just major wars. Trying to think. It might be a plane that I'm thinking of. I thought there's isn't there like a ruins of a plane that crashed in there somewhere? At first I thought it was like a maybe like a dinosaur skeleton, so like it's extinction or whatever as the theme for that, but it might not be. I think it's a plane. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about the little village that's behind where the rocket is. I keep forgetting about that. Or the bomb. Yeah, so we have like a medieval village back there, kind of like town. The actual level itself. We have some things like that back there. Or that could be like what Village of the Damned looks like. We just have houses that look like from that level. Yeah. So, yeah, stuff like that. Maybe for the skybox too, because I remember in I think it was Rise of Evil, there was like a big ass asteroid that was coming down in the skybox. I think that'd be pretty cool too. It would represent like like an apocalyptic event or like a doomsday event. Stuff like that could work too. Okay. That part's in the shadow, so I can't really see it. I said this right here could be filled with, like the roads assets that I was using back there, or maybe I can find like some cobblestone stuff. Based on the elite levels, town will be in chapter 4. No, actually, I think I do still have town in chapter 2, since it is medieval, yes, but it's still got like that zombie and creepy kind of thing. Even though I guess Castle does too. Castle does have its zombies as well, but no, I think for aesthetic purposes, I did leave town in chapter 2. Because even though it's very similar, it even has like an underground tunnel / dungeon part like Castle does. Those two levels are actually very similar to each other, now that I think about it. But I guess the main difference is just the enemies. So in town you have the zombies, and then the, oh gosh, what do you call them? I don't know, the telepathic jester looking dudes with the staff that can throw corpses at you. That one. They have that one. And then in the castle level in chapter 4 has like the knighted enemies with the axes and the armored dogs. So much more of like a guard kind of level versus just town folk. I don't know, to be honest. That they wear like a very like a gray kind of robe or a cloak. And yeah, they have like a, I guess maybe, well, I don't know what their head is. I don't know if they're wearing like a mask or something. But yeah, they have horns and they have a staff, a big staff. And yeah, when enemies die or there's just like a corpse or something, it can pick it up and throw it at you. Okay, yeah, I guess that's what they're called. But yeah, those are mainly in chapter 2, so I guess that's just kind of what separates the two, is the enemies. Yeah. And actually, yeah, I forget the order that I have. Let me see, what do I have after town? Oh yeah, it's Dead Marsh. So, because I think in Dead Marsh you start in like inside some kind of structure, some ruined building or whatever. So there could be like you come up from, there's like a gate or a door or even just an entrance from the lower level from the tunnels down below. So yeah, that could work. Yeah. I think I also just tie it into with, since, yeah, it's based on that too, the plague and all that. I think I have that simply just because of, like, Animal Farm as well, because that one is before town. So, yeah, it just, the grossness and grittiness of it is pretty much what keeps it in chapter 2. Yeah. Whereas Castle doesn't quite have as much of that. It's much more reserved, and again, it's like a royal point. So whatever kingdom was there at whatever point, like it has royal guards. It has a little bit more than what like a medieval town that's in the middle of a plague has. Okay, I want to do a quick test and test my collisions and see if anything breaks or what have you. Yep, that's good, that's good. Oh. That one might be a little messed up. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Some of these collisions are from the foliage too. I'm gonna get rid of all that later. Right now I'm just testing to make sure I don't fall through the ground. Oh, the little plants. Yep, sweet. Okay, let's test this. So far, so good. Hell yeah. That'll work. Okay. Nice. Isolated place, snowy hill. Yeah, that's the other thing too. It's up in the mountains, so that's that is another like sub theme of chapter 4 too. Since gloomy mountains is in chapter 4 and all that stuff too. There's a lot of elevated terrain in chapter 4 as well. Without enemies, yeah. That's how it all works at the beginning before all that's put in. Yoji said, yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, soundtracks, I'm not really going to change all that much. They're probably going to be the exact same as what they were in the original, with a few exceptions. Maybe, like, again, for some secret areas that are parts of different levels, there might be a little bit of a change. And I'll try my absolute best to make sure that they're not copyright either. But yeah, for the vast majority of it, they are not going to be changed. Okay. So yeah, this will do for right now. So I can fill in this up here now. What do I want to do for that? Do I want to just extend those? And nah. No, I'll use these. 0 out 3 rotation. And then maybe I will get rid of this negative. Flatten it out just a little bit so it's not sticking up like crazy. Oh, what do we got? Please don't make this easy with docs. They change the battle theme to. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure what was going on. About your question. What was your question? Oh, because I missed it. Sorry. Much about this, but isn't it illegal to use? So that's why I'm pretty much calling this a mod in a sense. Okay. So even though I am rebuilding a lot of things from scratch. There are a lot of things that I am using from Hell and Damnation, so that's why when I put this on Steam, I'm going to say that you have to own all of Hell and Damnation first, because there's a feature on Steam that allows you to do that. So yeah, once we finally finish this project and we release it on Steam, yeah, you'll have to own all of Hell and Damnation first, and then you'll be able to play this, because it'll technically, for legal purposes, be a mod to Hell and Damnation. That's the plan, anyway. So yeah, while at heart it's a remake, it is a mod, technically. It's a very, very, very large mod. Yeah, I haven't heard too much good things about it. I did play the demo for it a little ways back when that first came out, but that's really all I did with it, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard lots of not so good things about it, and even just from what I've seen with my own eyes too, yeah. It is very much its own thing for the most part. I have to fill that spot with one of these. So some of these you can actually go into as well. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. So that's about right, maybe. Ooh, not quite. Yeah, I saw that a little ways back. I don't really think they're going to, though, to be honest. Or at the very least, I would be pretty surprised if they did. Never know, though. Very much could happen. Actually, I should just do that. Just move it over. Kind of like it's overtaking the curve. That actually looks better, to be honest. That actually works better. Oh yeah, I know, trust me, a lot of people do. If I had the rights to it, maybe I would pitch something, but I don't, so. I don't, unfortunately. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That is a bit better. Boom, boom. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't remember the very first time I played the original game. I think it was one of the games that I watched my grandpa play at the time. And then eventually I started playing it a little bit after, like a couple years after that, but I really don't remember that well how my first experience was. In all honesty. We need to make mods like this. I mean, Unreal is a very universal engine just because it's available for anyone to get. Like how Blender is and all that stuff. Those are just the go-to ones as well because they're free right now. So, you have free access to Blender, Unreal, if there's anything you need to do for like editing purposes, DaVinci Resolve is a really good one. But for just models and then making games or something like this, yeah, it is a good one. I'm only doing this though in this case because Hell and Damnation uses Unreal Engine 3, which is a much older version of that engine. So I'm able to get away with this even more because it is technically the same kind of engine. For mods that are for the original Painkiller game, they use the editor, the Paint editor that comes with the original game. So that one is its own thing. It kind of depends on what you're doing a mod for, to be honest. But yeah, Unreal Engine can be used for a lot of things. Is Unity free as well? I actually don't know. I've never used Unity. But yeah, it just depends on what you're doing. Oh, I forgot that this asset has like a dithering effect so it blends better. That's actually kind of nice. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. As of right now, no, but later on, like once the full game actually releases, which just, again, will be a long, long time from now, but when that happens, if people finish it and they want more, or even like if there's a couple ideas that you guys have, we can all kind of band together and think about it and try something out, see what we think for extra content. But yeah, as of right now, no. Just the 40 levels that we got planned from the original and other games is all for right now. Add collision. Well, a lot of these assets already have their own collision set up. But if they don't, what I can do is if I go to the static mesh editor, if I come over here to convex decomposition, you can, set specific parameters or whatever, like how many pieces of collision bits that you want it to calculate on the mesh. And things like that, how precise you want it to be to the mesh. Once you set those and hit apply, then it'll generate its own collision parameters on the mesh. How do I show? Here we go. And there's two different kinds in Unreal. So you got the simple collision, which is just a more basic layout over a mesh like this, which is fine for this, since this is a really detailed asset. Having a collision like this is more than enough, at least for player movement. If you want like really precise collisions for like weapon projectiles and stuff like that, then there's probably a way within Blueprint or something like that you can set it up to where you can tell the engine to utilize both. So simple collision for player and enemy collision boxes, and then for weapons or like projectiles and stuff, that can use the advanced or complex collision. But even if I do that, see, look how much more complex that is. If I was to do that on all of these, and I have like hundreds of these pieces around, yeah, that can get very taxing on your machine, because it's calculating very, very complex collisions for tons and tons of detailed assets. So not a good idea to do that for assets like that. It's definitely much better to keep it like this. But yeah, most of these assets will come with their own setup already. But if they're not, then you can do it like that. For more simple objects like this, since this is way lower poly than this, so like if I hit this, what do we got here? Yeah, 3,700 triangles. That's it. Simple collision, I think, is okay. Yes, the simple is messed up for sure. But if I do complex, it's still nowhere near as dense as what that other asset just was. So it's not a big deal if you use complex for this one. Because, yeah, it's much lower poly. Scoot this over. I'll adjust these here in a second. I'm just moving them out of the way for right now. Just moving them out of the way right now. Okay, now I need to bring back the curb so I can see. There we go. See what I'm doing here. And this one's actually a little different in terms of slope. Up here is higher than over here. So it's just a wee bit different. Get rid of one of these because I might not actually need it. Might not actually need it. Yeah, no problem. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. We'll definitely do more streams like this. Not sure how often, but I'll try and get them in there for sure. Yeah. It's just, there's one moment where I have a vision for one level, or at least a section of it, and then that's what I want to work on for that time being. So then I just do that before I completely forget what I wanted to do. Other times it's just also like variation in my work too. Like if I spend a month straight on one level, there might be a point where I finally just kind of get tired of it for a minute. So I'm like, okay, we'll put a save point on this one right now, and then I'll start on this one. Just that way it keeps me interested. There's various reasons for it. It's just how that kind of goes sometimes. You're all over the place in some cases, and then other times it's a little more linear, but that's the beauty of doing stuff like this. It's not exactly all linear. Actually reminds me, there was an expo that Pixar did at one of our science museums a little while ago, and the Pixar Animation Studios, and there was like a chart that showed like the pipeline of how they do everything, and yeah, there were just arrows going all over the place. You know, one will start with modeling or layout, and then it'll go straight to another thing way later. Like it's just constant back and forth and back and forth. It's all over the place. Oops, I did not. Well, actually, you know what? Never mind. I didn't mean to duplicate it, but I had to anyway. Probably had to anyway. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I will definitely try. It'll take a long time, but I will try. Yeah, that gets close enough. It's fine. We can just make the fence larger if we need to. And then right here, rotate this a little more. Plus, it's just fun. This is the stuff that I love to do. You know, I really hope that one of these days I can actually do this for a job, because this is the stuff I love to do right here. So, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully. Oh, I might have to scale this one up, because I don't want to duplicate. Well, maybe I can just scooch it up right here, and it'll just have to share the room with the other one right there. And then we just do something like this. Yeah, sure, I can. I can. Give me 1 second. Woo, that was loud. Sorry. There we go. I guess it can kind of poke out a little bit right there. That's fine. Again, it looks like it's like the rock and moss are overtaking the curb a little bit right there. Adds a little bit more variation. Well, and again, this curb is actually going to change too. I'm going to replace it with a more detailed one, but you get the idea. Alright. Oop. Oh, I'll just have to make sure the curb covers that right there then. Yeah, that's kind of what this game's known for, ain't it? That kind of sucks right there. Well, maybe I'll just do this. That way there's not a whole lot of it mixing. Oh, there's still gonna be a lot of it mixing. Shit. No, these are primarily the ones from Graveyard. The again, a lot of these crypts and chapels are going to be replaced with newer ones from this asset pack here, except for like some of the really unique looking ones, but for the most part they are going to be replaced. They're really only there right now just for reference and scale, so that when I make this path I can accurately place them in or replace them. But for right now, yeah, no, these are the textures from the actual Graveyard level. Forbidden Valley, since that one doesn't exist in Hell and Damnation, I will have to utilize my own assets to build that one instead, or pull other assets from like Cemetery or even this one if I absolutely have to. I'm gonna try not to, but if I have to, then yeah. Is that poking out? It is poking out. Oh, there we go. Now it's good. Now it's good. And so what I'm planning on doing for Forbidden Valley is I'll keep pretty much everything except the gigantic crater part with all the broken and ruined structure or whatever, like the big pit with all the spikes in it. I'm gonna remove that. The lower dungeon areas I'll keep, but the way that you will get into them is from an earlier, like that little side section as you're starting to go down into the valley. There's a little like castle structure on the side. That's where you're gonna go into the underground part, and then you'll come back up through you'll come back up to that end part where the big ruins are, which will actually be right there for this level, because Graveyard comes right after. Graveyard comes right after the Forbidden Valley level, so the big ruin structure is going to be right here where the beginning is, and there's going to be a river right here. Yeah, the only part I intend on taking out is the big giant pit area. I can't see what you're showing. Oh, is my stream messed up again? So earlier it was frozen on one frame and it wouldn't show what I was doing. Okay, if I move around, are you able to see me moving around? I understand. No. I was just describing it because I don't actually have anything in Forbidden Valley, like, built yet. So, I was just trying to describe it the best I could, sorry. But yeah, no. That's the only part that I'm thinking of getting rid of is that gigantic crater. Because it is pretty bad for gameplay. It's just such a big open space with all kinds of ruins and debris everywhere. It's kind of a mess. So I do want to get rid of that spot. But other than that, everything else in Forbidden Valley I do want to keep. And as far as pacing goes, I'll kind of just do what they did with the Atonement mod, or whoever worked on that level. I'll try and do a little bit more of a linear pace with it, so that way you don't get lost. But yeah, that'll be right before this level, so the end of Forbidden Valley is going to be right there at the beginning of this level. You'll see the big old ruin structure. Should be pretty cool. Yes, it will. Yep, at the very end, all the way over here. No, moving too slow. So yeah, normally this is the end of this level right here. But yeah, once you finish off this fight right here, this gate will open. There's gonna be like a thin pathway, and then yeah, all of this right here will be the enclave part where you will fight the giant. Yep. This is a good one. I like this one a lot. Oh, there is a small gap right there. Probably be covered up with the new curb once I put it in as well. Oh, I just realized, yeah, it's directly opposite. We need to fix that. Well, I guess that's fine for right now. Oh no, that is going to create a repeating pattern. Oh, I see. It's because that's reversed. Yeah, that'd be very interesting to see. Once I actually get to the point where the full level is at least built at first, and then I actually get to working on the enemies and certain events that they can do, then yeah, we could maybe look at stuff like that. But that also does require a lot more dynamic stuff to happen. So we'll see. Especially since a lot of my lighting is going to be baked. If like a whole route changes, or I guess if just one gets blocked off and then another one opens, all the stuff that moves is going to have to be lit a different way so that it doesn't look weird. But I'm sure I can figure something out. We'll see. But that'll still be a ways away, since it'll be a while before I start working on the enemies. Yeah, it does require quite a bit. But we'll see. I mean, at the very least, if we're not able to do very dynamic stuff like that, he definitely could still at least just be a part of the environment. Like he could walk around, and he could definitely still try and do things like attack you with the spikes that he does or whatever. Yeah, he could definitely still do things like that. Or he could like summon some enemies. Like if there's some coffins here, he can bring them to life. You know, stuff like that. That is still definitely a very feasible alternative. Whoa, I missed the I missed the gizmo. But yeah, we will definitely make it work. starts flattening back out right here. Almost level with it, but not quite. So how do we look? That'll do. I'm pretty sure all this right here. Oh, it's literally nothing. Okay. Well, I'm assuming, since these trees are elevated, that it would probably just be terrain. It's some kind of just terrain, so we just probably utilize the rocks that we have over here. Right here. Bring all 3 different kinds. Okay. And same kind of thing with up here as well. We'll make these much larger. Oops. It's just like a really big one. I can do that. There's also going to be there's a lot of places in this level that have like elevated points. For example, like down here. So like this right here is the playable spot, but you have all this going on up here too, where it'll just be like soil up here, and then there's more of these that are just chilling up there. So there's definitely going to be a lot of stuff like that too, for sure. Yeah, I could just put like a big giant one right there. Why not? Just for the fun of it. Okay. Oops, I don't want to do... Want uniform scale, please. Oh, nice. That actually fits in there so well. Literally a Lego piece right there. Very nice. I was actually satisfied. It literally fit just in that little crevice like that perfectly. This one I can inverse. Oh, other way. Inverse this way. There we go. Bam. Maybe I can lean it forward just a tiny bit. Yeah. Sweet. I'm probably going to replace those two, but just for the sake of visibility. From down here anyway. Yeah. Almost sticks through there. go. There we go. Oh, you know what? That could be a cheeky little secret right there. Just build like a little walkway to get around right here. That might be a good spot. Here, I'll put a thingy there just so I remember. What do we got? Where we got? There we go. Treasure. Let's leave that there for right now. Obviously, there might be some other things that go in there, but it's just so I don't forget that this could be a potential secret spot. Yeah. I'll put like a little... There's gonna be like more soil or dirt right here, or maybe just another one of these. Or maybe even just like some wooden planks. I don't know, something. Something. I'll figure it out. But yeah, that's a nice little spot. I like that. Okay. Now for this side, I guess. Select them all and move them over. Now we do our adjustments. I'll actually start from down here. Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that. But I won't do it, so. I won't do that. It's better. There's going to be some openings like that. I'll just have to cover it with the curb. What was I doing? I got distracted, sorry. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'll just have to cover it with the curb or maybe another one of these. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Forgot they were already rotated the other way a little bit. No, I'm gonna probably keep it like this, at least closer to what it was originally, where it was overcast and it had kind of like a looming sunlight through it, so it's barely peeking over. Maybe I can change some of that once you actually get to the boss fight, like more weather or whatever can start happening. But yeah, for the base level, it's probably gonna look something like this. Well, once I actually get some more of these mountains, or like large rock structures over here, because the sun, actually, I don't know, it's kind of hard. Maybe if I get one like right here, that kind of blocks this or whatever. The sun is also pretty high right now, so maybe it'll be better if I do that in a different spot. Probably somewhere like right here. Or like right here. With all these trees right here and this pathway being blocked or something. I could maybe try something right there. Or yeah, when I'm down here, maybe some kind of big rock structure. Ooh, like maybe right here when you're in the center of this lower area. There's like a big mountain there and something way up here. That might be pretty cool. Something like that. That's true, but I already have cemetery and at the nighttime, so it does bring it a little bit more variation. Because this level and cemetery are very similar to each other, so I could maybe soften up the sunlight a little more. Try one. There we go. One kind of blocks it off a little bit more. Maybe like 1.5. There isn't really that much fog that I have set right now either. It's pretty low. So maybe that can help a little bit. I don't know. I'll experiment with that a bit later. But yeah, something like that. And again, this lighting isn't baked either, so when a bunch of other little stuff pops in and it's baked, then yeah, it'll show up something like that. Dark, hang on. Say moonlight is usually what, 0.3? Well, the skybox isn't helping either. Here, let me just pull up the cemetery, and you'll get an idea. Instead of changing all these settings. What I have it at before, 1.5. Yeah. One second. Okay. And this lighting actually is baked, so let me turn off all the game stuff. So yeah, this is kind of what it would look like at night. Maybe not with as much ambient lighting with the lamps and stuff, but yeah, candles and all that stuff. Yep, this is kind of what it would look like. It's compiling shaders in the background, sorry. That's why it keeps hitching. That looks pretty cool. I like that. Thumbnail. Actually, wait, no. There you go. Thumbnail. That's actually this is what the souls look like when they're just sitting here for gameplay. They're not actually swirling around yet. I actually have to play the game. Oh my goodness, that's loud. Sorry. But yeah, now they're swirling around. But yeah, that's kind of what nighttime will look like in a lot of these environments. Graveyard. Well, I can't do that because, like I said, it's a mod for legal reasons, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. There is. It was kind of hard to see there. What happens is when you pick it up, the whole area kind of lights up green, or whatever color the soul is. It does light up. There's an area light that flashes really quick. So it's not necessarily like a screen effect. It's more of a dynamic effect with the actual lighting on the soul. But I just tried to make it not like insanely flashy because it can be a little distracting. I can also make like some other effects happen when you actually pick up the soul too, because right now it just fades out. So I could do something like that too. Just for an example. Content. Cups. Health. Oh wait, let me move it to where my actual player spawn point is, which is way over here. So if it's easiest to see it on the weapon. Watch what happens on the weapon. See it lit up green there for a second. That's pretty much what happens. It's just an area light effect. But like I said, I can add more like visual effects that do whatever when you pick up the soul. Oops. I think I have it. It lasts a little longer with more powerful healths, like this one. This is the one that gives you 100. I think this one, the light lasts a little longer. Yeah, there you go. A little longer. Fun stuff. Same thing happens with ammo and armor and all that stuff too. They have a little light that goes off. Honestly, since I have this whole area laid out, at least the ground, I could probably move my... where is it? Actually, I'm gonna organize these into a folder really quick. Just for right now. These are large clips. There we go. Alright, then this we can move over here now since this is all done. There for now. There we go. If it's phasing through the collision of something else, it's bad. Fix it now. There we go. Okay, now these. Move them a little higher for right now. Close, but it'll work. Whoa. Okay, that was really buggy for a second. There we go. That was weird. Oh, that's actually perfect because the wall's broken there because of the tree. Perfect space for the rock right there as well. Alright, once I replace the wall with a broken acid anyway. Same deal. Not bad. That'll work. Nice. All right. I think I'm gonna call it for now. I got dinner with me now, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat that as well. We've been going for a few hours. Call it there, and then I'll probably resume this a little bit for tonight. Not on stream, but just in my own time. We're getting there, that's for sure. Very cool. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and eat some dinner really quick. Thank you for coming in again. I definitely enjoy having you guys in here asking questions and just hanging out, whatever year it is. Appreciate you. Have a good night, evening, or day, whatever time of day it is for you guys. And I'll see you next time, guys. Take care. Maybe next weekend. Sunday is usually the day that I will stream if I'm gonna do it. So I'll try and do it next Sunday again. We'll see. But if not, it'll always be a weekend day for sure. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.